Good afternoon, dear listeners, dear participants of our today's session. We'll start our session, which is called Current Studies in Deaf Education, Learning, Teaching, Assessing. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Sofia Shustova. I'm a researcher at the Institute of the Correctional Pedagogy, and I'm going to be the moderator for today's session. I would like to remind you that you can ask your questions for our experts to the chat, and they will answer them. We'll have a Q&A session. Well, hopefully, a QR code will be projected on the screen. You can also find this QR code in the program of this conference. And today, we will discuss a number of topics in the area of deaf education and sign languages in education. And we will talk about different technologies that can be used for teaching children and adults. And I would like to give the floor to our first presenter. It is Martin Musengi, Associate Professor at the Great Zimbabwe University. His presentation is called Utilizing EMIG Perspective for Decolonization of Deaf Education. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to be here in person, and he prepared a video recording of this.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Martin Musengi. I am presenting for and on behalf of my co-author, Esther Musengi. The title that we are dealing with is Utilizing EMIG Perspectives for Decolonizing Deaf Education. We are presenting this to you in absentia, in the sense that we are not doing real time. The presentation structure really tries to unpack the ethic foundation of deaf education. Basically, we're looking at the outsider perspective of deaf education, and we are saying what are the resultant evil twins, which are hearing colonialism and Western colonialism. We are seeing the possibility of a paradigm shift, which we are calling the EMIG perspective, which is the insider perspective. This insider perspective allows us to look at deafhood, deaf ontology, as well as epistemology. It also opens up to other indigenous philosophies such as African Ubuntu. We briefly explore some of the challenges and opportunities associated with such nascent indigenous theorization. We wind up our presentation with the EMIG perspectives in action in deaf education. So the first of the twin evils is what we're calling odistic colonialism, where deaf education has been dominated for far too long by this outsider view, which views deafness as a deficit, something to be corrected, so that from the moment that someone is identified as deaf, the parents are presented largely with a pathway focusing on fixing their child's hearing loss, such as providing hearing aids, cochlear implants, and so on. The medical disability model is reinforced by inclusive education policies, which also narrowly interpret that to mean you must be mainstreamed in order to be included. This has resulted in what we are calling Odism, which is a restricted linguistic environment, usually in the mainstream, and with resultant very low academic achievements, such as fourth grade reading levels, and the suppression of sign language. Historically, the most well-known of those being the 1880 Milan Conference, where majority of the hearing educators voted to ban sign language in deaf education globally. The second of the twins is Western colonization of Africa, with resultant subjugation and the colonial mentality that everything foreign and Western is better than what's local and indigenous. So foreign missionary foundations, which led to the development of schools for the deaf, brought in the hearing ideology from the conference in Milan, so that the oralist methods focusing on teaching speech and lip reading what dominated in the teaching of deaf children in Africa. This is compounded, of course, by the challenges that most of the teachers of the deaf in Africa turned out to be people who didn't believe that sign language was a real language. So such a background leads to what we've called the curriculum of colonization, which filters our understanding of deafness through a medical or pathological model. It looks at it as something to be remedied, and the focus becomes trying to assimilate deaf individuals into a dominant hearing culture rather than affirming their identity. So with the Foster revolution, we're looking at that as a bittersweet antidote to all the foregoing. But it also resulted in the marginalization of indigenous sign language and privileged American Sign Language. So the table there is meant to show you a comparison of the outsider perspective and the insider perspective. So we'll quickly skip to our focus, which is the emic perspective, which really is about privileging the emic, the insider, the hearing professionals have for far too long dominated research in deaf education, so that those who are deaf themselves have not carried out any research. And we are proposing a decolonizing approach, which demands that we reverse this, that we center the lived experiences and the cultural knowledge and leadership of the deaf people themselves. So in order to do this, we would need to do what Lawyer 2018 calls removing the colonizer's coat and using frameworks that such as critical race theory and indigenous pedagogy so that we can dismantle the colonial power structures that are involved in schooling. Adopting this emic perspective translates into concrete actionable practices in curriculum, teaching, and language policy. The result should be a decolonized, insider-driven, and practical deaf education. So the curriculum and the content would need to move beyond the focus on such things as speech therapy and adjusting to the hearing world. Instead, it focuses on affirming deaf identity and integrating rich deaf history, deaf arts, deaf literature, and the stories and achievements of people who are deaf. The teaching staff themselves would need to be mostly those who are deaf educators and deaf staff, so that they become role models, living models of language, culture, and identity. Language policy and planning also needs to recognize sign language as the natural and accessible first language for deaf children, so that sign language becomes the primary language of instruction and a foundation for learning all the other subjects, including English, Shona, and Ndebele. There is also need to move away from a history where deaf individuals have been subjected to research that lacks their own perspectives. So we need to be supporting and amplifying research led by the deaf scholars themselves, and ensure that we have questions that are asked, methodologies that are used, and interpretations that are informed by this innate cultural understanding of deafhood. So it goes without saying that the emic approach would actively involve the deaf community in decision-making processes at various levels, starting from the classroom to board governance of schools. It's also crucial to provide hearing parents with resources to learn sign language and connect with that deaf community, so that we ensure the child's language is valued and reinforced at home. So we're basically looking at a paradigm shift which centers indigenous knowledge and champions African Sign Language, such as Zimbabwean Sign Language, South African Sign Language, and so on. And we're also looking at the idea of education having emancipatory goals, the goal to emancipate and allow self-determination of people of African ancestry who are deaf, so that they are allowed to run their educational systems. That table there shows you a comparison of current colonial practice as compared to the proposed decolonized actions, starting from running away from oralism to recognizing national sign languages, moving away from remedial special education to a rich, rigorous curriculum, and allowing the training and deployment of deaf teachers, enforcing laws, funding interpreter training, and so on. So in conclusion, the key takeaways from this presentation are that deaf education with an African perspective is not about discarding all the past efforts starting from the missionaries, but to recenter them in a process that dismantles the pathological view of deafness as a disability and allows the celebration of deafness as a cultural identity, as well as African Sign Languages as legitimate linguistic systems. It also allows for empowering deaf Africans as educational leaders, teachers, and curriculum designers. So this kind of transformation is fundamental. It needs to happen. It needs to move us away from the current system that sought to assimilate deaf students into a hearing world to one that liberates them. By embracing this paradigm shift, we can create an educational future for deaf Africans that is not only inclusive, but also emancipatory, equitable, and truly their own. I thank you.
Thank you, Martin, for this presentation. And now we'll hear the next presentation on the bilingual approach to deaf education from Abdelaziz RC, PhD, teaching at the Muhammad V University. Current on the way to bilingual education of deaf children in Morocco.
Good morning. I'm pleased to be here today to be presenting my research in deaf education from University of Rabat. So my name is RC Abdelaziz. I'm associate professor at the University of Rabat. I'm really happy today because I was to thank the organizing committee for their hospitality, for their good welcome, and it's also to celebrate 250 years of partnership between Morocco and Russia, and that's something really good to see. It's good because I in the statu quo of research in deaf education in Morocco, and to talk about the research that we conducted in 2023 to try to see how what's the current situation of deaf education in Morocco, and what's the current situation of sign language research. So the background is that, as maybe you know, that Morocco is situated in northern part of the continent in Africa. Morocco has been influenced by different origins, as well as its proximity to Europe. Spain and France has also impacted the multilinguality of the situation in Morocco. We are only 15 minutes swim from Spain. So it's really important that these components will impact the scene and will impact also the sign language in Morocco. So we speak standard Arabic, Berber, Moroccan Arabic, French, and Spanish. There are also remnants of Moroccan Judeo-Arabic spoken Sephardic in Arab Jewish communities. French has been most influential language due to the occupation. And here you have some statistics about the languages or that are spoken in the Moroccan society. Also, the background of the research is that articles in the Constitution stipulates that all children including the deaf, are considered with special educational needs, have unrestricted, free, and mandatory access to primary education. However, only 4,000 have access, out of 33,000 have access to school. And also, those who were lucky have to find their journey terminated early due to poverty, lack of motivation, or inadequate learning environments. Thus, in light of this, this research was conducted to first, as I say, to document, to look at the history of sign language, history of deaf education, and also to explore or to investigate the current practices of deaf education in Morocco. So, mainstreaming practices dominate. Lack of unified policy for foreign language, for sign language in schools, and the use of Moroccan sign language is very limited, and high dropout rates among deaf learners. Now, the first challenge was to do the review of literature, because the literature doesn't exist. And therefore, no research has been conducted before, and therefore, the researcher had to go through different documents, different gray literature, reports, to try to see if, things have been mentioned somewhere. We had to look at the Jewish archives to see, because the history says that the first deaf schools in Morocco started in the 40s with the Jewish school in Casablanca, which brought the first modern teaching methods to Morocco, because before there was the traditional way of teaching, which means just the Quranic schools in mosques. Now these schools came with the colonial period to come with a new style of teaching, which is the European style of teaching with schools and boards and this. So we had to look at the schools that we tried to contact, and about 157 teachers were consulted, and from deaf schools, deaf schools mean centers for the deaf, public schools, and also teachers that were from public but working with the deaf centers. As you can see here, this is the map of Morocco. For the northern part, which was mainly colonized by the Spanish, we had two Spanish schools for the deaf, and the points in green, they sit for deaf schools, and in red, they sit for mainstreaming schools, which means that we have one class for deaf students in the regular classroom, which this mainstreaming schools system started in 1990 with the Salamanca Declaration, where the official start of public schooling of deaf children. We shouldn't forget also that the teaching of the deaf and children with disabilities is mainly done by organizations. It's again history, because they started in 1960s when Morocco faced one of its worst tragedies. It was in 1959 when they had the mass poisoning in the region of Fez, when some people merged the kerosene with table oil and sold it to people, which caused a lot of disabled people. And also in 1960, with the earthquake of Agadir, that resulted in about 1,300 people with disabilities. And this is where Morocco, a state that was just came out of the colonization, because we got our independence in 1958, with very, very limited services and very limited health facilities, we had to call for help from international organizations, and that was mainly Save the Children that came with experts and with nurses that started new services at that time, and they started also organizations. Now, related to the deaf also, the first schools, as I said, they started in the 40s, and later they proliferated all over the country. So as I said, for the research, that's most of the teachers that we questioned, because we use the triangular method, meaning that we had to send questionnaires and focus groups, also interviews, and most teachers had university degrees, and also most teachers, they been employed there, because what happened that you have teachers working with the same group of students for 10 to 15 years, which means that the students had working with the same teacher for 5 to 10, sometimes even to 15 years. So when we asked about sign language, most of them, they answered excellent, that their sign language was excellent, that they used their methods, that sometimes they said we use the oral methods, sometimes they say we use the total communication methods, sometimes they say but still, what I came to is that it's, they use what we call the no method. Meaning that they just use methods that they just happen to implement themselves and to invent themselves, because they say they have never been trained in sign language, they have never been trained in using or being aware of those methods, except, for example, when the education started, it started with the oral method in the Jewish school, and when they brought a French teacher to teach at that school, and it was a school that was open to both Jewish and Muslim children at that period, and it was a good start for the start for the deaf education in Morocco. So the discussion is that related to the methods, that methods are randomly implemented. And also that the speech, because most teachers, they came from normal schools, and therefore they came to the deaf schools without prior training, and therefore they had difficulties in using sign language and using their knowledge that they started from their background as regular teachers, and teach like they were teaching in regular schools. Also, the policies that mainstream, they dominate and lack a unified policy, and also that's what causes, as I said at the beginning, a high dropout rates among deaf learners. Again, teachers do not consider their training as being adequate. And also 80% do not generally receive public in-service training, but still they have very positive attitudes towards deaf students. Now, concerning the gaps is that both public and association do not collect data about deaf students, which means that we ask them if they have an idea about their medical files, student medical file. They say, no, we couldn't. We don't have, because normally it's the administration that has this. They have very medium levels in sign language, And also, they say that their classrooms were overcrowded, which means that most of the students, especially in public, were more than 15 children. Sometimes even in some associations, they have children with, deaf children with other types of disabilities. And also, we have limited curriculum resources in sign language. And this is where this study is important and relevant, because what is important is not the study itself, but what is important is what the implication of the research. Then the situation of that the children are nearly in a hearing setting, and also history still need to have more and more research. We need also standardization and training. So also for the conclusions, we need to have more, we need to have the universities more open to research in sign language. We need to have also that more, because so far, when I did my PhD in deaf education in 2021, out of 39,000 PhD projects, only one project that was investigating, which is mine, that was investigated. And that's something, that's a problem, because our universities need to be more and more open to research and to investigate the sign language and deaf education. Then research is needed. Official recognition also is needed. And also there is a need to use assistant deaf teachers. Now, what is the situation now is that we have more and more, thanks to the research, because you just don't need to start a research and be kept new. You need to do a lot of awareness raising in universities. And thanks God, now we have, with the implication of this research, we have more and more research is being conducted. We have also a sign language program that was launched in my university. We have started a diploma for sign language interpreting. Also, we shouldn't forget that a project that is held by Lala Asma Foundation, which is the sister of the king, that is trying to generate schools and deaf schools all over the national territory, and trying to create a unified curriculum for the deaf. And that's also very important to mention here, that a lot of things are happening now and are improving for the deaf. And there is also a project of creating a university for the deaf in collaboration with the Gallaudet University. The memorandum of understanding was already signed, I think, a few months ago. And there is a project of creating the first African university for the deaf under the leadership of Her Excellency Princess Lala Asma, as I said, the sister of the king. Thank you so much, and I hope I gave you some ideas about how things work in my country. Thank you so much.
Okay, so we move on with our agenda. We will continue discussing deaf education for children. And our next presenter is Rahul Gala, Head of Resources Development at the Orjet Foundation. His presentation is called Empowering Deaf Children, Lessons from Orjet Foundation, Indian Sign Language-based education model. Good afternoon. My name is Rahul Gala. My sign name is signed at the X configuration at my head. I'm from India, and we have our foundation, Orge Foundation, has its own educational system. Our goal is to empower deaf children. Our methodology is based on the Indian Sign Language. Orge Foundation was created in 2018. In 2019, we partnered up with Deaf Association, Deaf Sports, and other organizations. In 2020, we had to suspend our work due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And we started working because we saw that many children have to stay at home and cannot communicate with each other, with their peers. And that's why we decided to overcome these challenges. And in 2022, we started our program. Parents of children, whether they were deaf or hearing, were worried about their children. And so we started our parent counseling program. We launched this program in 2022. And in 2024, we launched India's first summer camp for deaf children. It brings together children from across India. In 2025, we launched India Deaf Youth Leadership Training Program. Orge Foundation created its own educational project. We have a deaf children book. We also have a QR code so you can scan it, and you can watch videos in sign languages, and you can read a text provided there. The Orge Foundations has acquired a lot of experience, and we have trained over 450 students, and we had 14 batches. We have provided counseling for more than 350 parents, and we have sold more than 800 copies of our deaf children book. We have 25 people working at our foundation, and it is fully managed by deaf people. So how do we teach children online? We use Zoom platform. We have regular hourly classes. They are 30 minutes long or 60 minutes long. We teach subject knowledge, not only English. We teach history, biology, etc. We try to make these lessons interactive and to make sure that they're interested in learning new things. One characteristic of our approach is peer-to-peer study strategy. It is very important for a child to express themselves so that they can express their ideas and they can become more independent, more confident. They can expand their vocabulary and use their sign language more confidently. So how do we do that? Deaf children can start using English, write in English, keeping the grammatical structure of the Indian Sign Language. That's what we do at the initial phase. So sign-to-text equivalence is acceptable. So we can talk about it in terms of traffic lights. So red light is when a child still makes a lot of mistakes, and the yellow light is when they become better at grammar, and green light is when a child is fully fluent in grammar. We also use a peer-to-peer system of communication. So when one child teaches his peers, it helps them to overcome some lack of confidence and shyness when they interact with teachers. When they interact with each other, they talk more, they discuss a wider array of topics. And it also fosters healthy communication between peers. It makes them more confident, and they can also show their leadership skills. It is very important to expand their vocabulary in their sign language. And the sign language is the foundation for a child. We can talk about a tree. So each tree has roots, and these roots are a child's sign language. And based on the Indian Sign Language, they can learn other languages. As I have said, we deem peer-to-peer communication as something very important. And when children meet new peers, they can teach other kids something, and they can also correct their own mistakes. So it's a cycle of peer-to-peer communication. It's a great way to develop their leadership skills and to foster socialization, as well as to build their communicative skills. These ways, the children will be able to communicate better with adults, for example, with doctors. We have quizzes and games, but we also have tests. As I have said, we have a number of key points like self-expression and self-regulation. And within the 3 months from the date of joining, we see much improved results in terms of writing. Children expand their vocabulary they build it up by around 150%. So they get the skills they might need when communicating with police officers and with doctors and so on. So a child can write texts and communicate their ideas and be more independent. But I would like to emphasize one more time that peer-to-peer education is very important for us because that helps to nurture their interest in learning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rahul, for your presentation. I want to remind our audience that they can address their questions to the speakers through the QR code of our chatbot. It's now in the screen before you. And now we'll hear the last presentation of this section. It is devoted to the assessment of pronunciation quality in deaf children. The paper will be presented by Maxim Zaitsev, researcher from the Moscow Aviation Institute, and Ivan Rachkov, a researcher from the Institute of Corrective Pedagogy. Good afternoon, friends. We are presenting our new approach to teaching pronunciation to deaf children. Let me begin by saying that we do not mean to oppose the approach to bilingual education. You see, there can coexist different approaches. They are all meant for one goal. We all want a successful development of deaf children. We chose the terminology that we're proposing to speak together about fully deaf and children with partial hearing loss and cochlear implanted wearers. We are going to talk about a technical device that would help in speech training. This practice started in the 20th century, and there are now methods of training children in articulation, which makes their range of skills broader. This is certainly quite a difficult task for deaf children. We want to see the development of the deaf child in a comprehensive way, and we are focused on speech development, that is articulation development and training in articulation. We believe that this translates into better logical thinking and better speech ability generally. The technical devices that we talk about are any technical means of applied to broadening the pronunciation functions of deaf children, the children who cannot hear the sounds they are pronouncing. So we use technical devices that help visualize sounded speech. In our research, we surveyed teachers, and we worked out some of the requirements that these teachers apply to children. This is a short list, not a complete one. And they include visualizing the main components of acoustic speech structure, interaction in real time, using accessible images, and retention of sound articulation models in long-term memory. Why do we maximize real-time exercises? It is that the lessons in speech production are limited in time. We have to make the most of the time we have, so that these age-appropriate and accessible images make the work more efficient. Long-term memory retention of speech exercises help the teacher trace the development of the skills, so that the teacher can go back to each individual child's level of proficiency. If we look at the history of the question, we must admit that these practices have a history already. In the beginning of the 20th century, some elementary devices were employed to provide visual indication about speech sound. It could be some gadget with a lamp that would go on and off depending on the sound produced. These devices grew more complicated with time. Later, spectrographers were applied to this process, and the child could see the spectrogram in the screen and thus judge whether they were doing the right thing. In the 1990s and through the 2010s, speech viewer type devices became available, and their teachers could use gamification practices, making the images that the child uses in their training more attractive, and making this work on pronunciation exercises more attractive. Later, at present, even better devices with better software have become available, providing better graphic solutions, more visually attractive. But there seems to be a sort of stalemate in this process. There is something lacking in this line of devices. All the technology that had been proposed before is really a dead-end technology. All that they visualize is the volume and sometimes quality of sound. We can see that available technical solutions cannot fully assess the correctness of articulation and pronunciation of sounds, syllables, and words. Now, I pass the microphone to my colleague who will continue. I hope you can hear me. It's a pleasure and honor to be here. Let me talk a little bit about the technical aspect of our project. I'll try to speak in a simple language and simply explain what task I faced as a technical specialist. But I will have to specify what my colleague said just now. He said that the technical devices available today are imperfect. Indeed, today schools use computer software that can help visualize some simple pronunciation skills. For instance, if we are trying to visualize the volume, the voice force, to make it visible to the child, we can do it with a simple algorithm. We take the incoming sound signal and express its volume, the loudness, in decibels. This can be visualized in a gamification device. Say you have a birdie that flies higher or lower in the screen. The higher the bird flies, the louder the voice was. That's understandable to the child, and that was easy. But when we have to offer a similar visualization method, pronunciation quality, not just volume, this is a much harder task. There is no obvious algorithm to follow. And that was the task that we faced. Before developing some technical solution or device or gadget, you first have to understand what requirements you have to fulfill. Without going into technical details, I will still try to explain what we were trying to achieve. What was our software supposed to be able to do? 1, work in real time, that is, give immediate feedback. 2, allow for any sequence of speech sounds or word sequence as an exercise. Then qualify the type of mistake made by the child and provide feedback in digital form, in the form of a number. Now, let's see how we solved that. How do we make feedback immediate? Let me suggest an analogy. This meeting today is being broadcast. You can see the video of me and the interpreters right now. What is a video? It is a number of frames that change on the screen so quickly that you get the impression of an uninterrupted movement. This is similar to what we do. We also take little quote-unquote frames that come in a number of milliseconds, assessing the quality of sound. And our software processes each of these still pictures of audio signals in sequence, but very quickly, so that we can analyze them and visualize them to the child in the form of a picture or a game. Today, we mostly focus on two processes, two operations. We analyze the audio signal in an intellectual way, and we assess the correctness of execution. Before explaining how we do that, I have to tell you that we faced one of the biggest questions in our research. We had to explain to ourselves what is the quality of pronunciation and how can it be assessed at all. We took the definition that the quality of pronunciation is a subjective characteristic of speech, subjective, stressed, because there is no hard and fast rule or norm of pronunciation. And that means that assessing the quality of pronunciation can only be done by listeners, by other communicants. Now, how can we do that? Those who are listening to me speak right now are assessing whether or not my speech is intelligible. If most of the people who listen to me will judge my pronunciation as intelligible, then it is all right, it is acceptable. And this is the principle of expert evaluation of speech quality. And that means that we have a group of experts who are independent of one another. Each of them listens to a speech produced by the speaker and assess it, grade it on some sort of scale for the degree of being understandable. We might stop and think about that and decide to express the quality of pronunciation in terms of probability. The probability of a randomly selected listener to assess the pronunciation as comprehensible. And that gives us a mathematical way, a mathematical function that would be the foundation of our algorithm. It is the function of conditional probability, which means the probability of the event that a particular exercise was pronounced correctly, given that we heard a particular fragment of the auditory signal. Okay, you might say, well, what next? We had to find a technology that would help somehow implement this into some real device. And that technology was the artificial neural network. You can see the principal mechanism of the work of this neural network. The incoming signal is fed into the system, and the outcome of the system is a figure. If we have, the probability of 70% of the sound pronounced being an R, the phoneme R, if the model is trained on a large number of audio recordings, it can learn to do that. And that is what we do. If we go back to my idea of the video stream as a succession of still frames, similarly here, we see that there is a probabilistic row of phonemes that might have been pronounced, and the system gives us the probability of a particular sound having been pronounced. And then we have to put those phonemes together to form words. And then we need a virtual device that can be called the outcome automatic meter. That is a device that receives in-fed signals and changes its status depending on what it receives. Here you see the principal structure of such an automaton that is fed with the word mama. The system has two outcome conditions: mistake, pause, and correct pronunciation. Phonemes are fed into this automaton one by one, and the system registers the number of correct presentations of the exercise. That is the number of times that the child correctly said the word. And the system finally produces a figure, a digit, to demonstrate how well and how correctly the exercise was done. Now, drawing to the close of my presentation, I want once again to mention the goals that we set ourselves. But we are continuing our research, and we hope to answer those questions. So what are we now working on? We need more data to train the system on, audio data. Sadly, in our research, we discovered that there is a shortage of audio material with pronunciation samples produced by deaf people and deaf children specifically. There is a shortage of such data, but we are now trying to make up for this shortage. Here in this screen you see a QR code. If you follow it, you can reach our site where such data is being collected. I hope it works. I made sure it worked. Now, the second task we have ourselves is optimizing the architecture of the neural network. Now, what does that mean? It means that we must implement a neural network that will make our technical solution able to work quickly and not require too much computing power. We expect that teachers who work with deaf children may have not awfully advanced computers. A few days after we sent this set of slides to the organizers, we received a grant from Yandex, a leading Russian IT company. They are going to support us in our work on the neural network. And finally, I'm passing the microphone to my co-worker and colleague Ivan, and he will speak about the third task that stands before us and will conclude our presentation. Thank you, Maxime. Our third big goal is the images that can be best used to represent sound quality. Now, what do I mean by that? It is something that would allow for the gamification of these necessary exercises so that the children don't find them too boring. We do not suggest that those play approaches are going to fully replace traditional methods of speech training. It is just an auxiliary device to complement that work, but it is a useful device. The assessment of pronunciation quality through the use of neural network might sooner or later be integrated not just into the educational process, but into the rehabilitation process. This is a task for the future. You see, there are a number of patients who have suffered concussions or damages to their skulls and brains, and they may need speech training or retraining. Perhaps their gamification is not so much of a necessity, but such a person would need to be informed about the quality of the speech they produce, even if they cannot technically hear it. And this might also be useful for the older generation. I'm thinking about the presentation we heard here yesterday, where the presenter from Taiwan said that their population was seriously aging, and the people in Taiwan were facing specific problems in connection with that. So older people might also find our software useful in training their speech skills. In conclusion, let me thank guests to the organizers of this conference for inviting us here. It is very important both for the professional technical community and the deaf community to be able to cooperate on that. Thank you.
We'd like to thank Ivan and Maxime for their presentation. It focuses on a very important topic of modern technology for deaf education. And now we move on to our Q&A session. We have some questions from our listeners. I would like to ask, do we have an interpreter into English in the audience? So the first question to Abdelaziz is for you. Thank you very much for your research. You have said that among your colleagues, there isn't anyone who wants to research deaf education and the deaf community. Do you have any interest among students for research in deaf education?
Thank you. Thank you so much for asking that question, because it's all related to the educational leadership of the professors themselves. So if we happen to have professors at the university that are equipped enough and also that are motivated enough to conduct, to help students and also to guide students to start projects related to deaf education and sign language. So as far as I'm concerned, we're starting, as I said, thanks to this primary research, which is mainly a kind of a grassroots research that opened the floor to different people to be more and more interested in exploring research with the deaf and sign language. I'm supervising 3 PhD students that are doing the research in sign language now, and also because I have PhD students in English, Arabic, and French. So, and therefore, we have more and more people that are interested. Just as an example, this year we started a certificate, a diploma for sign language interpreting. You cannot imagine how many people showed interest in learning sign language at the university. 3,000 people express their willingness to. So it's all about we as teachers, as professors, if we happen to open new horizons for our students and to let them just explore different areas related to new, not just exhausted areas of research, like, because when I teach English language pedagogy, but still when I teach my students, say, yes, you cannot just, as an English student, look for or investigate topics related to English. You can use your English to investigate other areas in sociology, in psychology, and also in education. And I'm really happy because thanks to this project, this research project, we happen to have more and more other universities open to start research. Now we have in my university, about 5 PhD projects and about 10 MA projects, all related to technology, related also to the education, and related to documentation of Moroccan Sign Language.
Thank you for your question. And the next question is for Rahul. Do you make recordings of your lessons for the students that cannot attend your classes? Can you repeat the question, please? Do you make recordings of your classes for the students that cannot attend your classes? Yes, of course. Yeah, we have this technology for self-paced learning. The next question is for Rahul as well. Thank you very much for sharing your experience. So how long does the training take to have longer-term programs, and are those shorter programs enough for acquiring necessary skills? Yes, of course. We have shorter courses, and now we are designing, based on our 3 months project, we are designing a 1-year program. Thank you very much for your answer, says the moderator. And the next question is for Abdelaziz. It's great that there will be a university for the deaf in Morocco, but it will be difficult for the university to choose students if the children who enter university do not have the quality education. So does the university curricula provide for the curriculum for children?
Yeah, I think it's the project is still a project, and I hope I will be part of this project. So it's just at the brainstorming time, meaning that we're still collecting data, we're still starting, the memorandum of understanding was signed with Gallaudet, and there is a technical committee that is trying to deal with that. And also, yes, you're right with your question, because you cannot have a university with a student that's very low achievements and very low levels, right? And therefore, the aim of this university is that you work from grassroots to prepare students to get to the level. Because so far, many students, when they graduate, they go to different universities, but still they still experience difficulties in following the different programs at universities because of lack of qualified interpreters. So most of the interpreters that we have, about 20-25 interpreters, they have never been to schools or schools for interpreters, meaning that all of them, they happen to what they call learning by doing, meaning that they don't have, that's why, as I told you, we started a university degree at the University of Rabat, which will be the first one to deliver professional degrees for interpreters that they may serve also in schools and serve also in this university once it is finalized. The project is finalized.
Thank you very much for your answer. And the next question is again for you, Abdelaziz. Bilinguistic approach to teaching the deaf in Morocco. Does it mean speech training? Does it imply speech training and developing speech skills as well?
Well, I don't say that there is a bilingual teaching strategy for the deaf now, because, as I told you, we have different languages spoken. When the deaf, for example, is at home, is his mother tongue is a language. In the street, he has a language. In the school, he has another language. Because he may be, for example, speaking one of the Amazigh language at home. In the street, they speak Moroccan Arabic, and the school teaches in classical Arabic, meaning it will be a little bit difficult for the child which language he should, because he experiences different linguistic modalities during the process of his learning. Now, speech training, yes, we have it. And we also, some schools, they teach, there are some centers that they teach bilingualism, and they are successful in that because they have hearing teachers and deaf assistants in the same school. But unfortunately, this is not working all over the country, because what happens in Morocco is that you have some schools that are following the Spanish sign language. Some others in the south, especially because they had Peace Corps volunteers, American Peace Corps volunteers, they are following the American Sign Language style. In the center, this is more French, and they are using the French Sign Language. And also in other schools, they use the Moroccan Sign Language. That's why it's very important that this project that is run by Her Excellency, the Princess, is that to unify first the teaching methods in order to get to that dream, which is having students at that university. And that is what of the projects.
Thank you very much for your answer. The next question is for Ivan and Maxime. How are you going to give feedback for the mistakes made? Are you going to show a symbol, or there's going to be some varying degrees of mistakes? They will be broken down by type. Thank you very much for your question. We will provide visual feedback at the end of an activity. We will use color coding, and there also will be an assistant next to a child. If we're talking about school classes, then we're talking about a teacher who will get this feedback. If a child does these activities at home with their parents, then the child's parents can get the feedback and to correct the mistake if needed. Thank you. I will share my technical perspective. In the interest of time, I haven't mentioned then what is defined as a mistake in our program. So there's structure that assesses the sequence of phonemes helps us to identify mistakes by type. For example, a child replaces one sound with another sound, or a child adds an additional sound to this sequence of sound. Or a child might have left out the correct sound. So then we can identify these mistakes based on the data. We collect this data, and in collaboration with teachers, we come up with some kind of a visual model, visual image that will be understandable for a child. Thank you very much. And the next question is again for Ivan and Maxime. Will the neural network be able to keep on learning and then identify mistakes? Thank you for your question. Well, of course, we will keep on teaching the neural network. So how can we overcome this challenge? The data set that we will collect will be broken down, disaggregated, and the technology will have examples of the correct pronunciation and incorrect pronunciation. And the more data we have, the more possibilities this technology will have to accumulate the correct or incorrect examples of pronunciation. I think Maxime will join in. Yes, thank you very much. I'm trying to come up with a comprehensible answer. So if I understood the question correctly, if our data set will contain mistakes, it may make our algorithm more tolerant to these mistakes. That is possible. And Ivan has already mentioned that based on this data set that we have, we will classify the data. So we have experts that will say these audio recordings contain correct examples of pronunciation. And so based on this human classification, our neural network will learn. As developers, we can manage this process. And so we define the learning curve for our neural network. Thank you very much. We have another question for Rahul. Your deaf educators teach children history and chemistry. Can you say where your teachers are trained? Teachers, do I understand you correctly? Presently, we have 12 teachers. Before joining our program, they are trained over several months, and once they have finished this program, they can start teaching children. But you can also say, where do we get our educators, or whether they have a university degree education. So their core education, I can speak from my experience. So I have a undergraduate education, and I work with our teachers. They have to take exams, and we select the successful candidates, and based on this pool of candidates, we choose our teachers after they have passed a specific test. We try to expand our programs, and I hope that it will be very successful in other parts of the world as well. And I hope that I have answered your question, and that was your question indeed. Thank you very much for your answer. And we have another question for Maxime and Ivan. Will your pronunciation analyze fluency of pronunciation and fluency of speech, or you will focus on the correct sequence of sounds? Thank you very much for this question. Well, of course, we will teach our neural network to identify the fluency of a person's speech. We plan to teach it intonation as well. So overall, yes. Yes, we can assess fluency of the speech, and we can analyze a number of pauses between sounds and words. If we don't look at whatever child is saying, well, this technology already exists for some simple basic pronunciation skills. And the technology that we are presenting implies that we can set a maximum sequence of pronounced sounds. And if a child exceeds this limit, it will be marked as an additional type of phonetic error. Thank you very much for your answer. We also have a number of questions for Abdelaziz. Well, I don't know if we can cover all of them. The first question is for you, Abdelaziz. So, why did you get interested in sign language for your PhD? What was your motivation?
That's a very good question, because most people ask me whenever I go. So I'm a cabin interpreter, meaning that I translate from French, Arabic, and English. And also my interest in translation and interpreting made me be interested in sign language interpreting. And therefore, I've been involved with the deaf community since 1994. So I'm a researcher from the in. It's the deaf community that pushed me to work more and more for the deaf. And I did my MA in business, and my MA research paper was strategic communications for deaf organizations in Morocco. Then when I did my PhD, it was also about the deaf. And although I am by origin a teacher of English, but still now I start to be more working on deaf issues and deaf research, because it's where there is the need in Morocco. And that's why I try to get my students more and more interested in deaf studies and deaf education. Now, it's also an experience, 30 years experience of being in all activities related to the deaf in Morocco and outside Morocco. I've been in WFD conferences since 1997 in Vienna. And I've been in different trainings by WOSLI everywhere, right? I've been also chairman of the Africa Contact Group for Mental Health and Deafness that is in South Africa, based in South Africa. So which means that I'm really overwhelmed by deaf and deaf culture, deaf identity, although I don't have anyone in my family that is deaf. It's true that myself, I start to be deaf a little bit, because I will need to have a hearing aid, but still I'm happy to be completely immersed with the deaf world, because as you know, the deaf world is, once you get in, you can't get out. And that was my situation.
Thank you very much for your question. We have another question. So, which language will you use as the first language when teaching? Spoken language or sign language?
I use a language when I'm teaching the deaf. I'm talking to the deaf, Moroccan Sign Language. And I use also because we, as I told you, I started a program of sign language interpreting in my university, which is the first one of its kind. And we are getting more and more people interested. We are getting also because we are having different cohorts from different deaf cohorts from our other programs that we want to be, they want them to be with us, and they are working already with us, which means we have deaf graduates from the university that are working with us as teachers, as sign language teachers, because before we used to just have hearing teachers that are signing to teach sign language. Now we have more and more young people coming to our team, deaf cohorts from our own programs to teach and which is a little bit gives more beauty to the programs we lead in our country.
Thank you very much for your answer, and we move on to our last final question to Rahul. I like very much your peer-to-peer strategy, and who is the leader in such kind of communication? Among children, yes. Over the 3 years that this program has been carried out, there are about 10 to 15 leaders that can design their own programs, that come up with new approaches to developing their peers. Have I answered your question? I hope so. I hope that our audience member satisfied with this answer. And the last question. In your deaf children book, do you have translation into sign language, or are there some activities to compare grammar structures, etc.? Yes, as I have said, we have a deaf children book. Children read, and then teachers explain the main concepts. But we start with words. So children start learning words, and this connection between a word and a sign, it is easier for them to acquire sign language. So we expand their vocabulary, and they can understand a text better. We also have video materials which helps them to understand better signs, and it helps them to expand their sign vocabulary. Thank you very much for your answer. Well, unfortunately, we will not be able to cover all the questions that we have in chat because we're limited in time. I would like to sum up our session. I'm very happy that today we have discussed a wide variety of topics that have to do with deaf education, with deaf community. And as I have Martin mentioned, our first presenter, we should not just reject the past, but rather we should transform the existing approaches and make them useful for the community and include the deaf community in the educational process. And as Abdelaziz has mentioned, once you are immersed in the deaf culture, there is no way back. And I'm very happy that there are so many people in Russia and in other countries that are so interested in this topic and are motivated to carry out research. I'm glad that there are some commercial and non-commercial organizations that there are foundations for deaf children to provide access to quality education for deaf children. And I would like also to thank the organizers of this conference for this opportunity to meet up on Sunday morning. And I would like to thank our interpreters that helped us to communicate. And here I'm ready to wrap it up. And I would like to thank our audience and our experts for their participation. Thank you very much.
Can you hear me? Good. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Luda, and I will introduce my team. The team who did that archival study on linguistic education using the experience of a Moscow bilingual school for the deaf. But before we start, a few words by way of introduction. We will be happy to take your questions after the presentation. If you follow the QR code, you can write your question in the chat, and I'll readdress these questions to one of the speakers. This conference has been going on for 3 days, and we talked a lot about the present and the future. But today we are here going to speak about the past. None of us were involved in that particular experiment, but we can do something to pass on this information about the past. So please take this as a history and as our statement about how interesting it could be to study the history of the deaf. Bilingualism is just one example of what can be found of interest there. I want to thank Vlad and Nikita who consciously took up this subject of a historical piece of research. Maybe you've been to Galina Zaitseva's office. She will certainly be a central figure here. If you haven't been to her display room, go to room A4. And let me represent my team. Daria, Nika, Eva, Natasha, and Vasilisa. And I pass the microphone to the first of our speakers. Good afternoon. Let me begin our story with a bit of a prehistory. How did we start our project? We met with the people who told us about the ways to do research in deaf studies, and one of the people we met with was Nadezhda Choshian, who told us about the history of deaf teaching. And we found this theme so exciting that we wanted to know more about this bilingual school. We found a lot of literature to read about that. In our slide, you can see this diagram of our themes and sub-themes that we took up in our study, and we'll be returning to this diagram later. At the center of this diagram, we can see the three key points. And point one is Galina Lazarevna Zaitseva, the person who was central in the history of this bilingual school and deaf education in Russia. Galina Zaitseva is a doctor of pedagogy who studied sign languages, and throughout her life she did two things. She taught deaf children and she studied sign languages. She combined those two things and studied methodology of deaf education, not just in Russia but elsewhere. As she traveled around the world and learned about international experience, and as she visited schools in other countries, Galina Zaitseva formulated her understanding of the bilingual approach to deaf children's education. A deaf child, according to her, develops in an atmosphere of sign language. And it is necessary for the child to develop within that and to see it as their native language. And through that, they must immerse themselves into their second language, the spoken language in its written and also oral form. And after visiting schools in other countries, Galina Zaitseva asked herself, can we do the same in Russia? It was necessary to set up an environment where that would be possible. She got together a team and they did this. And Galina Zaitseva studied international experience and studied literary sources, and she decided to set up a place, an educational establishment, where that bilingual approach could be practiced. And that was Moscow's school number 65, and the school offered several classrooms for bilingual education of deaf children. She was not on her own. I mean, Galina Zaitseva, she had a team of teachers who all spoke sign languages. Some of them were deaf and others were hearing. Some used signed Russian. They are younger teachers, the recent graduates, were perhaps not so proficient in sign language, but they did their best. Some of the teachers were coda, that is, hearing children of deaf parents who knew the sign language well. In this slide, you will see the photocopy of the charter of this bilingual school, not the whole of school number 65, but that deaf subdivision of the school. The diagram of many circles that you see before you reflects the historical period when the school was formed, but we don't really have time to tell you all about it. We studied the literature that was available, and we formed this structure. If an item is in green in our diagram, it means it is well documented. Orange stands for insufficient information, and red stands for no information at all. And one of them is socialization and identity formation. And that is what we're going to talk about. There's not enough information, definitely. There is this book, the green book. It's called The Door Onto the Big World. It's a collection of articles, and one of them is by Galina Zaitseva, where she lists all the teachers who taught in that school. And there are memories of graduates of that school who speak about their socialization, but they only do it very briefly. The information is insufficient. And we decided to find out more about three things. One is bilingualism. That means a child growing up with the sign language as their mother tongue and then expanding that to other language forms. The second thing we studied was deaf identity, the recognition of their sense of community and history and self-understanding of the deaf. And the third term is biculturalism. That is recognition of the fact of the deaf child sharing both in the culture of the deaf and in the culture of the hearing. And as the child grows up, such a grown person can feel freer in their life's interactions. You see here three symbolic figures, the deaf student, the deaf teacher, and the hearing teacher. This stands for our understanding that the hearing teacher will inform the student about the culture of the hearing and the Russian language, and the deaf teacher will acquaint them with the culture of the deaf. All are in the course of their school life. How was schooling organized in School 65? We wanted to find out more about the outcomes, the socialization of the school's graduates, about the way the teachers interacted with the students, and whether everybody was happy with the use of sign language or not. Our research showed that we cannot judge bilingualism as a method. That was not our intention. We did not compare the different approaches to education that are practiced. We just wanted to look at this experience of bilingual education that existed in the past. Now, I'd like to talk a little bit more about the methodology of our research. We used two methods. We conducted interviews and we studied records of all sorts. Let me explain about the interviews. We found 11 respondents, one member of the administration, one deaf teacher, one deaf tutor, 3 graduates of the bilingual school, and 4 teachers who were hearing teachers. And one more respondent was a parent of a deaf student. We set up the questionnaire in 3 sections. There were questions for the teachers, there were questions for members of the administration, and there were questions for the parents. And what we wanted to learn about mostly was language practices. We wanted to know whether sign language was used in the lessons and whether it was used outside of the classroom. And also the role models. Were deaf teachers role models and not just sources of information for their students? Were they important figures in the life of their students? Those who were able to pass on the deaf tradition and deaf culture. The cultural and educational importance of the education meant that both the sign language, the Russian sign language, and the Russian spoken language were used in the education practices on equal terms. In our interview, we tried to find out how the teachers combined the 2 languages. Did they use them together, or did they use them in turn, interchangeably? And we learned that both within the school and in extracurricular practices such as excursions and trips, we wanted to know how the teachers and the students communicated in all sorts of situations. That was the first method we used, the interviews. And we also invited our respondents to share with us any materials they may have preserved, whether there were lesson plans or photographs or diaries or records of all sorts. And we collected a lot of materials, more than 600 photographs, and we used those materials in the interviews as well. We asked people to comment on what is captured in the photograph, what event it was, for instance. And through that, we learned more about the history of that school. And we even have a video fragment that was so impressive. It's the first day of schooling, and Galina Lazareva is addressing the students. This year, you will be students of a unique class. There is no such other in Russia. Why is that? Because in the past, you used to study in a school where teachers talked to you in their spoken voice, and it was a good thing because you have to learn lip reading as a practice. And secondly, you also learn to pronounce speech yourself, both to hear it and understand it. And that's a good thing too. But here, in this school, you will learn in a different way. How? Well, your teachers will both speak as they did before, and so will you, trying to develop your hearing and your lip reading skill, and you must learn to do it well so that you can communicate with other people. Do you agree? Good. But secondly, apart from reading and speaking in Russian as before, in other subjects such as math or science, teachers will address you in the sign language, and you will be able to use either the sign language or the voiced Russian language.
You'll see that the first year was accepted to the 5th grade, and Galina Zaitsev was talking to them, saying them that they would be using a different approach when teaching these children. And the goal of the school was not only to teach certain subjects, but one of the goals was to develop children culturally and give them an opportunity to build up their skills so that they graduate as independent people. Have a look at this screenshot, a piece of paper, where you will see sign language notation. And we were really surprised to see that back then in the 1990s, grammar of the sign language was taught at the school. So they researched different aspects of this language. I would also like to emphasize that some of the deaf children had hearing parents, and one of the aims of the school was to foster communication between parents and children, so parents could learn the sign language as well. Galina Zaitseva wasn't only for speech training or for sign language acquisition. She believed that a balanced approach was required here. And the head of the school, Irina Solovyova, also emphasized that this bilingual school was based on the principle of equality of two linguistic systems, giving a child a freedom to be what they wanted to be. And not only the sign language was taught there, but also Russian language was taught there. And there were courses on speech training, and kids enjoyed it very much. Ludmila Zaitsev was the one who carried out these courses. So she would spend her time at classes taking notes of words that kids didn't know, and then she would come back to those words at her classes. Another interesting thing that the school celebrated days of speech when students would only speak. Hearing and deaf educators cooperated. For example, you can see that Anna Komarova, a hearing teacher, helped deaf teachers to learn English grammar. In one of our interviews, we found out that some of the teachers would correct signs that others used. So it's an example of some creative cooperation between teachers. One of the deaf teachers, Tatiana Davidenko, came up with an innovative approach to communicate via telephone with one of her colleagues, Victoria Thompson. Back then, there was no video conferencing, but teachers managed to come up with a way to communicate via technology anyway. Another important aspect is that deaf educators had hearing consultants that would help them to design classes and curriculum. The school celebrated oral speech days as well as sign language days, when everyone, including hearing teachers, only used sign language. We would also like to emphasize a very important role that deaf teachers played for children. They were significant adults for them. They were role models for them. And in interviews, our respondents, deaf and hearing teachers, emphasized that deaf children turned to deaf educators when in need. And another important aspect for students' identity was that the socialization went beyond school, and teachers as well as students took part in international conference on bilingualism and traveled abroad together. And now I would like to give the floor to a colleague of mine who will talk about students of the school. There were 3 batches of students admitted to the school. We interviewed only the graduates of the first and the second one, and we didn't interview the third batch of students. We collected different recordings of different documents about these graduates. You can see that in the photo on the slide, there are graduates from the first and from the second batch admitted to the school. They spent a lot of time together. They traveled together. We interviewed only 3 graduates. That is not much, but at these interviews, we noted some similar ideas. They spoke about their experience of studying at this school. They also spoke about their previous experience when studying at other schools. And I would like to add that graduates of the bilingual school were admitted to the school in the 5th grade, not from the 1st grade. And in the first grade, there was a student, Daria Simeonova, that was transferred from a different school. And when she came to the bilingual school, it was difficult for her to adapt. But thanks to the staff of the school, she managed to fit in the class, and she built rapport with other students, and she wanted to be like her teachers. So can you please go back to the previous slide? And you will see in these photos screenshots from videos. There was a program broadcast by Danish TV channel, and a journalist asked children some questions, and you can see that Daria Semyonova would use the International Sign Language to answer her questions. Now, to the second batch of the graduates, we interviewed student Yelena Lapenkova. She also was admitted to the school in the 5th grade. Once admitted to the school, she felt motivated to learn something. She lacked that motivation before. You can see in this picture that Helena is standing there with one of her teachers, and that is an example of their extra curriculum activities where they would focus on some historic anecdotes. You will see that also the inscription, the All-Russian Association of the Deaf, 70. It was the year when the association organization celebrated its 70th anniversary. And so the alumni of the school graduates would be able to get together after the graduation. And we have also recorded words of gratitude towards teachers that these children expressed. In this slide, you can see a photo album created by students themselves. They would write poetry, include photos, and they would write down their memories about the years spent at this bilingual school. I'd also like to say that the graduates that we have interviewed would bring their personal photos. It was a very encouraging thing to see because they preserved these memories and these documents, and the experience of studying at this bilingual school was very important for them. Now in this slide you can see all the aspects of this topic that we have covered, and the data collected helped us to come to a very important conclusion. Bilingualism is not only about using 2 languages, and so that a person can be deemed educated, or we're not talking about literacy. For a deaf person, bilingualism can be acquired only through life experiences, through communication, through identity creation. It is important to make sure that a child communicates with the hearing world and with the deaf world. And all of that influences the personality development in a child. We would also like to thank everyone who agreed to be interviewed by us. We'd like to thank the graduates as well as the teachers. We would like to especially thank Daria Semyonova, because she provided the larger part of our recordings, or our documents that we have. We'd like to thank the All-Russian Society of the Deaf for preserving the archives of Galina Zaitseva. And now we want to show you a short video clip which will conclude our presentation. Don't be sure will make you glad, heart you beat for future blisses. Present reality is rare. All's ephemeral, all passes. Dawn be sure will make you glad, heart you beat for future blisses. Present reality is drear, all's ephemeral, all passes. All which passes will be dear. Thank you very much. And now we can move on to our Q&A session. Thank you very much. It was a very poetic conclusion, and it was a video recorded at one of the Russian Language Day celebration. Okay, so we have a lot of questions. I'll start with the first one. Thank you very much for your work. There is a question for everyone. Did you have any trouble with access to the archives? Because I'm writing a thesis myself, and sometimes I experience some troubles with getting access to such documents. We try to contact people personally, and we asked teachers and graduates to bring their own personal documents. And we're grateful to them for being responsive, and they shared their memories with us and let us study these recordings, to scan all the pictures and documents. I would also like to say that the materials that we are gathering are being processed, and we'll be ready to grant public access to these documents for all the researchers that will be interested in this topic. We will do our utmost to make sure that these archives are open for anyone who is interested. Next question. We hoped that we would get it. So can you talk more about how Davydenko spoke with Thompson over the phone? Yes, thank you. So they came up with a very unique method for speaking over the phone. Tatiana Davydenko was deaf, and she could only understand the longevity of the sound. So Victoria Thompson would call her and ask her, "Will you attend tomorrow's concert?" And hearing teacher would answer yes. Then Tatiana Davydenko would say, "What time?" And she would speak about time in detail. At 9? No. At 10? No. At 11? Yes. And so they would finish their conversation. It means that they had a code, a short sound for yes, and a longer sound for no. Thank you very much. Next question. We have a set of questions. We will ask Nika to answer them. Why was this program? Why wasn't this program continued? Why me? So why did they finish this program? There were some attempts, but Galina Zaitseva tried to continue with this experiment, but over time it's just stopped. We know that there were some attempts to revive this program, bilingual program, in 2018, but it was left in the past. I would like to add that we didn't study the reasons why this program was closed. Maybe it's a topic that could be researched further. Thank you. Another question. So, we concluded that bilingualism is not an approach, but a phenomenon. So can you say that bilingualism is a phenomenon, not a method? Is there anyone who'd like to comment on that? We can say that these are two phenomena. It is a method, and yet it is an approach. So this experiment, this approach, can be called a method and a phenomenon. Because the student acquired knowledge through learning and through communication. And both are very important for personal development. So there is another question. Why can such programs be carried out nowadays? What are the challenges? Is there anyone who would like to comment on that? I can share my perspective, but it's my personal opinion, and it goes beyond our research. Never say never. Everything is possible. Everything is we can do anything if you want to. And maybe thanks to our research and thanks to further research, there will be like-minded people, allies, who would be able to team up and to set up a similar program. And I have another question for Dasha.
A question for Dasha, perhaps the last one. Were there people who were involved with that experiment and emerged displeased? What are they not happy about? You mean the students who are studied in this school? The graduates? Well, obviously, we didn't just get only positive opinions. We also heard about some negative ones. And we're not saying whether this experience was good or bad. We had a mixture of opinions. But what was the cause of discontent? It's a very difficult question. Maybe I could add something myself. Mostly the comments we received were positive. And of course, we mustn't forget that this is an archival study. A lot of time has passed since then. But what emerged in all the interviews was that the 1990s was a challenging time for the deaf community. And in that sense, the social interaction within the school, things like bullying, for instance, was part of the picture. I mean, not within the school for the deaf, but between the school for the deaf and the larger school that it was part of. That was something remembered by some of the students. I'm afraid our time is running out. I want to thank all those who asked the question. I want to thank my colleagues for being part of that research. And it's now time for lunch break.
So, let's begin. Good evening, dear colleagues. My name is Svetlana Brukova. I'm going to moderate this section. The section is called Sign Language Linguistics from Structure to Social Context. Unfortunately, the structure of the section has changed. Instead of 6 presentations, we'll only hear 3. Nevertheless, even in those 3 presentations, we'll hear and we'll see lots of information about sign languages from this perspective of their linguistic structure and functioning, the same as we'll consider sign languages as the instrument of inclusion. Let me mention several organizational issues. Despite the number of presentations has decreased, we'll ask the presenters to follow the time frame. There are 15 minutes for each presentation. And questions to speakers will be asked at the end of the section. You can find the QR code at the 5th page of the leaflet. And if during this section we won't have time to answer all the questions, authors will respond in the Telegram channel, which is called Deaf and Voiced. So let's begin our linguistic journey around various sign languages. And the first speaker, Rafael Domingo, he'll join us online and discuss syntaxis patterns of Filipino Sign Language. The presentation is in International Sign. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me to take part in this conference with my presentation. And I'm going to speak about Filipino Sign Language and with syntactic patterns of Filipino Sign Language, whether they're different in relation to the region or they are the same around all the Filipino islands. I'll discuss polar questions. In particular, my sign language is configuration 5, round circle clockwise. Me, I'm from Philippines myself, and I research deaf community and Filipino Sign Language. At University de La Salle, College of Saint Benilde. That's where I work. Next slide, please. First, I'll give general information. Filipino Sign Language while researching Filipino Sign Language, we can come across various interesting points you can see on the slide. But if we consider its syntaxis in particular, there are no such research, and other topics connected with the Filipino Sign Language were researched. Filipino Sign Language is considered official according to the legislation. And Filipino Sign Language is considered as language of deaf community in our country. The Department of Education thinks that, of course, we need more practice and research of Filipino Sign Language. It is viewed as the language of deaf community, and Filipino Sign Language is used to educate deaf people on the territory of the country. Next slide, please. My research question was based on polar questions, the answer to which is yes or no, and the results depended on the region of the country. I'd like to give more details of my research. Next slide, please. There were two methods we used. We have a corpora Filipino Sign Language we work with. That includes various video in Filipino Sign Language by various speakers of this sign language. First, there is a meaning of this word is given, and then a video showing this sign is given. It's like a corpora, a sign bank of Filipino Sign Language. There were 55 participants who agreed to take part in this research, and we asked them to show us signs from Filipino Sign Language. There were two cameras positioned in front of the respondent. We showed a table with a question, the answer to which was yes or no. The question was given in English. And we asked deaf people how would they show or sign this question in Filipino Sign Language, and then we made videos with responses to these questions from various regions of the country. And for example, when two people approached us, we asked them, polled them, and that's how the research was organized. In general, there were 55 participants, and there was the manager of this research who recorded everything, took notes of the responses, and after recording videos, we sent them to our database, and when it was finished, we decoded all these videos and researched them. We were interested whether the results would be the same or different depending on the region. Next slide, please. In Filipino Sign Language, as I've mentioned, I talked about polar questions, but first I'll give you some information about the country itself and Filipino Sign Language in particular. As I mentioned, there were similarities with other sign languages. Dr. Fau mentioned about polar questions. He discussed polar questions in various sign languages, as you can see on the slide. He researched this type of questions in various sign languages and spoken languages as well. As for polar questions, the answer to which is yes or no, how these questions were organized, whether they used the question mark sign. This research was based on spoken languages, the original research, and we used sign languages. And as we know, a non-manual component, like raising your eyebrows, is very important in this case. We compared polar questions in Filipino Sign Language with questions in other sign languages, and you can see the results of this comparison in the table. The first column is the notification for various sign languages. The second column is when the question sign is placed at the beginning of the sentence, at the initial position. The third column is when this question sign is placed at the final position, and the fourth column is when it's used both at the beginning and at the end. Then we can see the use of manual question particle, like raising your eyebrows. And we can see that it's present in many sign languages according to this table. But there are differences, for example, in New Zealand or Japanese Sign Language, Israeli Sign Language, Turkish Sign Language. These are languages we researched. American Sign Language, Flemish Sign Language, Hong Kong Sign Language. Croatian Sign Language, Bancor Sign Language as well. And here we can see that the question sign and non-manual component is always present in these languages. Let's take a look at the Filipino Sign Language. Now I'll show you the results. Next slide, please. I'd like to say that in Filipino Sign Language, in Philippines, there are 5 different regions. Manila, North, Luzon, South, Luzon, the Visayas Islands, and Mindanao. And we were interested whether there are differences depending on the region. Let's take a look at the Manila region, at the North Luzon and South Luzon, and at the differences between these regions. In Manila region, Polar questions, in general, we had 118 Polar questions on the list. And in Manila region, people more often use a non-manual marker, like raising your eyebrows. Later, I'll show you in sign language how the question itself is formed. Also, we have results when the question mark sign is used at the final close position. It's 23%. And 61% shows that there is the non-manual marker, like raising your eyebrows, and 71% uses this marker in North Luzon, and 53% use it in South Luzon. Now you can look at the picture on the slide, how Polar question is formed in Filipino Sign Language. You place your hand on your interlocutor's shoulder, you show the gesture ma, and raise your eyebrows, which means it's a question. And raising your eyebrows should continue throughout the entire phrase. It's a question, do you have a mother? And we see the difference between North Luzon and South Luzon. Next slide, please. Now we'll discuss Mindanao region and the Visayas Islands. More than 78% of cases we can see a non-manual marker like raising your eyebrows. And on the territory of Visayas Islands, question patterns are also used when the question mark is placed at the end of the sentence. What's also interesting, in Mindanao region, the situation is different, and in North Luzon and South Luzon, the same. In all the 4 regions, non-manual marker, like raising your eyebrows, is used, and in Mindanao, we place this question sign at the end of the sentence. That's what's interesting about Polar question constructions. Having collected all the data and all the responses connected with polar questions, we can say that 1,679 examples of polar questions were examined in different regions of Filipino islands. In some places, a question mark was placed at the clause final position, and in some places, it was the use of raising your eyebrows, non-manual marker. If we take a look at Manila, North Luzon, and South Luzon, we see that the tendency to using non-manual marker, raising your eyebrows, is more frequent, and there is a sign using the question mark is used, but there is no non-manual marker. But on the territory of the Visayas Islands, people more often use a non-manual marker and do not use the question mark sign. And now a conclusion about polar questions. Mostly a non-manual marker, raising your eyebrows throughout the entire phrase is used in sign language. And you remember the table with comparison of different sign languages. And I'm very happy that now we have a research connected with Filipino Sign Language, and we can supplement this table and add a line about Filipino Sign Language. Next slide, please. So here we can actually see this final line with information about Filipino Sign Language. Having researched similarities and differences, we can see lots of similarities across sign languages. We are similar to the New Zealand Sign Language, Flemish Sign Language, and the third language in this collection is Filipino Sign Language. Actually, all means of creating a polar question are used here, but as we witnessed, Filipino Sign Language differs from other sign languages where some sections remain empty. It shows the difference between various sign languages, but there is a problem. Next slide, please. There is one limitation to our study. We see that we researched various regions and cities. In Manila, people use a non-manual marker, like raising your eyebrows. It's 31%, while from 11 to 13% of participants use this marker in Mindanao, North and South Luzon. 2 minutes left to the speaker. Also, polar questions were formulated in English, and probably it somehow influenced sign language users. And here they used sign-supported speech. They couldn't use Filipino Sign Language, but tried to stick to the English grammatical structure. That's probably influenced the results of our research. And speakers could have made mistakes during the experiment, and when we'll continue researching polar questions, we'll probably replace this part and won't suggest questions in English, we'll show pictures. But we have no idea how it will work, and we'll see whether it will influence users this or that way, whether they'll follow the structure of a spoken language or of a sign language. At the university where I work, there are two research directions. and movements are often copied. They copy signs. And also palm orientation is used and movement verbs are shown in various directions. Filipino Sign Language syntax was never researched, and now we try to expand the research of Filipino Sign Language syntax so that we could teach this syntax to deaf students so that they knew more about syntax and structure of this sign language. That's the end of my presentation. Thanks a lot. If you have any questions, or please, next slide, please, or if you want to contact me, you can find my contact information on the slide. Thank you, Rafael. It's a very interesting research, and I'm sure there will be questions because this research contributes not only to the research of Filipino Sign Language, but to the typology of sign languages in a way of expressing questions in particular. And we continue from syntax to sign language humor. And the next presentation is dedicated to means of expression of language game in Russian Sign Language. The speaker, Elena Ivanova.
Hello, my name is Elena Ivanova and I'm a student at the High School of Economics University. Today I will present my study that I conducted at the end of my second year, and my academic advisor is Valeria Vinogradova. So the purpose of this study was to find the means and techniques of language game in Russian Sign Language. But before presenting the results, I will first talk about the term language game itself. So a language game is any kind of change in the language system. It can be in a funny way or not, but this is a change that we will definitely not use in a serious context. So, according to Norman, this is using language in specific purposes. So this is a creative approach to language. So when I started my research and I was wondering how to find examples and what to do, I just wanted to have a classification of language games so that I would have more structure, and then it would be easier for me to find examples and present them. So I haven't found a classification of language game itself. However, I found a classification of text humor. So there are lexical, syntactic, and alliteration jokes. So these three types are divided because of the level of the language where the element of humor is contained. I will define alliteration a little later. So, methodology of my study. The data collection had 3 stages. So first, I analyzed videos from open internet sources, and I really found a lot of important information in a Telegram channel, Markers and Idioms of Sign Language. Also, my academic advisor and I published a poll for deaf people in the Galina Zaitseva Center for Education so that we would collect sign modifications. And after that, I also held interviews with 4 deaf informants so that I would collect even more data that I couldn't have any other way, and I could ask them about the phenomena that existed or the phenomena that didn't exist. So here is the classification: lexical games, syntactic game, and alliteration. But I should also say that this classification, which is based on monolingual communities. That means that there are communities where people only use one language and do not use more languages, for example, 2 languages actively. However, the community that uses Russian Sign Language is a different community. It's a bilingual community predominantly. So most Russian language users know both Russian Sign Language and Russian spoken language and use both. That is why a lot of language games, a lot of humor starts to emerge at the intersection of the two. That is why I added another category, cross-linguistic game. So let's start with the first category, lexical game. And the first type of lexical game is modification. It means modifying one of the components of the sign, such as the hand shape, localization, orientation, movement. So this component is changed in order to change the meaning of the sign. And there are 2 examples on the slide. So there is a sign professional, but if we change the orientation and do it the other way around, this is the sign that means someone who is not a professional at all, someone who is ignorant. And if we change hand shape, for example, we have this sign cool. It looks like this. And if we change the hand shape to 3, this is a sign that means 3 times cooler. So in Russian Sign Language, the most frequently changed component is localization, and the rarest one is orientation. So the data is pretty close to what researchers found in American Sign Language. The next type is euphemisms. That means creating new signs for the notions that exist already in the language, and it's all connected to the appearance of the sign. So instead of saying "let's go smoke," school children find another way to say it. They can't sign smoking, so they sign 12, because holding a cigarette between your fingers is actually pretty close to 12 as a sign. So there are also some games. So, for example, there is a sign that is saying that someone is stupid, and you could take, for example, this term and use finger alphabet to get across the meaning. Another type is decomposition. So you take the hand shape and you decompose the sign into other signs that exist in Russian Sign Language. This is an example that I have. I think it's pretty curious. So there is a sign for internet, the internet, and there is a sign illiterate. So the movement in the literate sign is pretty close to this movement in the internet sign, but it happens twice for the internet sign. So the joke is that the internet is illiterate, but twice. The next type is modification. For example, it's the verb. So there are verbs that do not change, such as to love. So it doesn't depend on people or the number of people. So anyway, the verb is the same. But sometimes signers make this verb different, make it change. So, for example, this was I love you. And there are also 2 more categories that definitely exist in Russian Sign Language. However, during my data collection, I haven't found any examples. So this is simultaneous articulation of a few signs. So, for example, there is a sign that is signed with 2 hands, and it's excited, and the second example is depressed. So if you take both of them and use one hand for excited and the second hand for depressed, it creates a sign that's excited, depressed. And I found these examples in books on American Sign Language, and also classifiers are used. So a classifier is, for example, the movement of an object. So, for example, there are signs for the movements of an airplane that takes off and then needs to move in a different way, so this may be used for jokes, but unfortunately I haven't found any examples of that. The next type of game is alliteration. Alliteration means repeating a sound or even a syllable in spoken language. So we can give you an example, like for example, Peter Piper picked a pack of peppers and something like that. So there is this repetition of the same sounds, and that is what creates the humor. So in sign language, alliteration is a game that probably many of you have seen. So this means that you have a story and you only use one hand shape. So all the signs will be with the same hand shape. And so since the hand shape repeats, it actually is pretty similar to alliteration in spoken language. And the next category is cross-linguistic game. Bilingual puns. So that means that there are some words from Russian spoken language, and then they are divided into parts, and each of the parts is signed with its own sign. So, for example, there is a word in Russian, подозрение, and you can take the first part, pod, which is under, and the second part is зрение, which is vision. And so you can take it literally and show one sign under the other. There are also examples of literary retranslation. For example, my lips are sealed, and the sign just literally shows that. The next example is playing with the finger alphabet. It's a game that is less popular, and the hand shape looks like the letters from finger alphabet. So, for example, the first few letters of the alphabet are used like A, B, C. So the first sign needs to start with A, the second one with B, etc., etc. The next example is sarcastic usage of language variations. So yesterday there was a presentation about the norm, and if there are some other usages that are not normal, they can be used as a joke. So you could take some features of those variations and exaggerate those features. So for example, there is sign-supported speech, and it copies the syntax and the grammar of Russian spoken language. So in order to try to copy and tease a person who doesn't use Russian sign language but rather use sign-supported speech, you could exaggerate it. There are also initialized signs. So these are the signs with a hand shape that corresponds to the finger spelling of its equivalent in spoken language. So many signers say that many initialized signs are a feature used by hard of hearing people. So hard of hearing people could be teased this way by using initialized signs. For example, this is a sign for metro, and initialized sign would be metro starting with the M finger letter. Using those signs too much or inventing new ones that look a little strange may be a joke. Also, in sign languages, there are non-manual components, and one of those non-manual features is mouthing. Mouthing means basically production of visual syllables with the mouth while signing. So sometimes mouthing is not correct, and it doesn't really correspond to the real articulation of the word. So sometimes other deaf people may try to copy them and tease them this way. Or the other way around, hearing people who are learning sign language might use mouthing too much when signing. So this is also something that can be the butt of the joke if you exaggerate those features. I think it's a very interesting feature of the community. So using those language variations hasn't been described in any of the books or papers that I found on other sign languages. So here are some references, and here are my contacts. So if you have any examples, or if you want to discuss the topic that I presented, I'll be really happy to be in touch. So feel free to contact me. I will be glad to talk or sign to you after the presentation is over. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Elena. That was a very interesting presentation. I'm sure there will be questions because we're receiving questions for Elena and Rafael as we're speaking now. So I want to tell you that you should ask your question if you want. And so we will now transfer from the linguistic features of sign languages to the social functions of sign languages. And the next presentation is, does this museum have a sign? A case for linguistic inclusion in science communication. The presentation will be by Gabriela Heck, and she will present online in English. I'm sorry, I was actually asked. I actually should say that if anyone needs to listen to interpretation into English, please take your special devices for interpretation from our colleagues who are here and who help with the conference. So we will now start.
Are you listening now? Can you hear me? Okay. Okay, can you hear it well? Because I had to change the microphone. Okay, so I think it will be it. Sorry about that. So I will present the work. Does this museum have a sign? A case for linguistic inclusion in science communication. It was developed by me, Gabriela Heck. This is my sign. And by Jéssica Norberto Rocha. This is her sign. And we are from, like this, Jessica. And we are from the Accessible Museums and Science Centers group, which is designed for the group. You can change the slide, please. So, to explain why we create this glossary, our research group understands that science museums are spaces of non-formal science education that have the potential to engagement with science activities and have different multimodal, multisensory, and immersive exhibitions. And this could be good and potential to the inclusion of the deaf community. So there is the importance of accessibility for the deaf community in these places due to the visual and interactive content. So they can be good for the science education. And the new definition from the International Council of Museums, ICOM, is that the museum needs to be an open, accessible, and inclusive space. So we need to acknowledge accessibility as something, the core of the museum. Next. And we believe that the communication of accessibility must begin at the museum entrance, not only inside, considering the exhibitions. You have to begin after that, before that. And we see in Brazil a lack of accessibility for the deaf community in museums, mainly because there are few captions, subtitles. The exhibitions are in Portuguese or spoken language, but there are few captions when there are some videos, and the lack of sign language interpretation. And we also see there is no specific signs for the museum names, which means that we need to spell letter by letter to talk about some museums. And it represents the lack of interest of the museum to welcome visitors who are deaf. They don't have a specific name in sign language. Next slide. So we thought about creating a collective glossary of museum name signs in Brazilian Sign Language, which is Libras. This is to strengthen the ties between the museum and the deaf community and promote the right to communication and culture for this community. For example, in this slide, we have the sign for the Museum of Tomorrow. It's a museum in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. And it have a very specific architecture, which is really specific for the museum. So the sign is this one. It shows the architecture of the museum. Next slide. So the methodology to create the glossary, we create a bilingual invitation in Portuguese and sign language. And we targeted institutions that are listed in two glossaries, in two guides. The guide from accessible museums from Brazil that have 69 museums in this guide, and the guide for Latin America museums and science centers that have 221 museums listed. So we targeted these two guides and the institutions inside them to invite to participate. And all participation are voluntary, and we invite the deaf community, sign language interpreters, and sign language speakers. We have some criteria for the video, so we need to be recorded in horizontal. The person needs to present itself and say its name and sign, and then present the museum name and sign, and also the place that is located, so the city and the state that is located. Next slide. So some of the results we have until now. We have 83 videos from 77 museums, which is not really close to the goal we had. We had more than 300 science museums, but we have science for 77 museums. And we have more videos because sometimes different people send videos for the same museums, and we want to consider all the videos, all the engagement from the community. So we publish all the videos. These museums are representing 10 Brazilian states, And we realized that we didn't receive much engagement from only the Science Museum, so we opt to broaden our scope to different typologies of museums. For example, art museums, history museums, and some cultural centers. And we realized after the launch of the glossary that the deaf community and the museum started to become more engaged with the importance of having a sign specific for the museum. So they start asking us how the museum can receive a sign. So be baptized in sign language, receive a sign. And this showed the engagement of different museums in Brazil. Next slide. And we disseminate the glossary in the YouTube, which is a free platform and it's easy to find. And we also disseminate in the project website and also on Instagram. And all the videos are in Libras, in sign language. It have captions and subtitles. And we try to audio describe all the video from the beginning to the end, so more people can have access to our glossary. Next. And we faced some challenges, mainly because we didn't receive responses from the museums, especially because the outdated contact information. So the guides have the email or phone number, but it's outdated, and we couldn't contact the museum. And sometimes we send emails and we didn't receive a response, so we don't know if the information is incorrect or if they just don't want to answer. Another challenge was the engagement with the deaf community. So we try to invite as many as people as we know and many research groups, but not many people really wanted to participate, didn't want to share a video with us. So this was a challenge too. We faces some challenges about the regional diversity of Libras. So as Brazil, it's a big place. We have a regional diversity of Portuguese, and it occurs in the sign language too. So when we wanted to translate the video, sometimes didn't know what the sign means because it's the same word, but it's a different sign. But we managed to do that, asking different people, and we could manage that. Another challenge is the graphical distribution, because less participation from states in the north, northwest, and central west. This is not because there is no museums. There is many museums there, but they didn't engage with the call. So we don't have many museums in these regions. We also face difficulty in describing the signs to audio description. So we had to describe the hand shape, the movement, the orientation, all the aspects from the sign language, which was a challenge to do that. But I think we did a good work describing it. And some blind people already used the description to understand better the signs. And because all of the production of the glossary is made through the volunteer work from the research group and also from the people who record the video, it was another challenge because it takes more time, it's more hard to engage. We don't have any financial support, any resources and funding, so it's all volunteer. So this was another challenge. The next slide, please. And to finish the presentation, we believe the glossary is a living and evolving tool. So we are always open to receive new videos, new signs. And even if something is wrong, they can tell us and we can change that. So we are open to any changes. We believe the glossary has the potential to foster inclusion and science education and engagement with the deaf community. And as I said before, the creation of the glossary makes some museums become more aware of the importance of the inclusion. So we start giving courses and workshops to help them understand how they can get a sign. They have to talk with the deaf community. They need to be more open to that and expand the initiative. And we believe that we have many opportunities to grow and expand, both nationally and internationally, but a lot of work needs to be done to achieve that. This was the presentation. The next slide shows some references and the contact information of the research group. And thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Gabriela. It was a very interesting presentation, and it touched upon very important initiatives. So this is a wonderful example of how science can become more inclusive. So I would like to thank all the speakers, both online and offline. And I think there are some questions in the chat. So I will now, there will now be the questions. So the first question is to Raphael.
Raphael, are you here? So the question is asked by Xenia. Thanks a lot for your presentation. In your research, the material was presented in the written form, we mean the task stimuli, whether it could influence the way the question component was expressed. Could you please repeat the question? In your research, the stimuli material was shown to respondents in written form. Could it have influenced the results of how the question component was expressed? Well, whether the mode of polling influenced the results. Yes. For example, we showed tables with questions in English language. For example, the question was, are you married? And the question mark at the end. I didn't say anything in sign language. There were no hints. I just showed them this plate with a question or card with a question. We just saw the way the person responded in sign language. There were no hints. Everything was performed by the respondent, and I noticed there was a non-manual component, which is raising your eyebrows. And I saw that many respondents showed the same response, like they used to raise their eyebrows. It was similar in many answers. Probably the fact there was the question mark at the end of the sentence influenced the results. That's why the respondents could show this question mark sign. And probably we remove this question mark and just will show a picture, the results would be different. But we didn't perform such a research. Probably it's something for the future. Once again, it's my opinion. Thanks a lot, Raphael. There are two questions to Elena Ivanova.
And the first question is from Danila. Thank you very much for your study and the examples. I was interested in this. I hope I haven't I haven't just skipped it. So where did you find these signs? So this sign, I love you, is just the first time I've seen it ever. Well, as for this particular sign, I got it in an interview with a signer. So I came up with this example, like, have you seen this? And the signer said, yes, at university I've seen it, and people made jokes like this. So I didn't really try to find jokes that exist everywhere among all the signers, but I just wanted to find examples, because every single example is really valuable, because it demonstrates the fact that sign language is really interesting and malleable. So my search for video materials, well, I can say that there is this Telegram channel, and I know about it, and there were a lot of signs that were jokes, and I actually went through the whole channel and found examples for my study. I also watched excerpts from theater shows in Russian Sign Language, and also there was a cycle of retelling short stories by classical writers in Russian Sign Language, and also by polling. Thank you very much. There is yet another question also to you. So this is a question from Cybermine. This is a nickname, I'm not sure how to pronounce it. So how did you come up with the idea of choosing this topic, humor in Russian Sign Language? Why did you get interested in this topic? Well, at a certain point, I learned that there is a linguistic approach to humor, and I really love humor, and I'm sure that many other people here also like it. So I wanted to learn how to study it, and also I really love Russian Sign Language. I can sign a little bit, and so that's why I wanted to do this study spontaneously and to combine two topics that are interesting to me. That's it. Thank you very much. And there are also questions to Gabriela. So there are two questions from one person. So it's Alexei Yebabov. The first question is, how do you create the glossary? And the second question is, so Alexei says, I study to become a communicator in the field of science. So do you use visual communication while communicating with the deaf community? How do you adapt complicated scientific knowledge for signers?
So, can you hear me now? Yes. Okay. So we create the glossary and we disseminate it in a video invitation. So we had an interpreter inviting the deaf community, and that's how we disseminate, and also by text. So we send the video and the text, and we receive videos all in sign language, but we didn't had the need to use concepts from science to create the glossary. It's aimed to science museums, but we didn't have to explain concepts of science, because it was just the name, and the names usually don't have specific words from the scientific field. I don't know if this answered the question.
I can say it again. So I'm studying to become a communicator in the field of science. So do you use visual communication while communicating to the deaf community? How do you adapt complicated scientific knowledge for people who use sign language?
Okay, yes. So yes, we use the visual communication, usually videos, or the person by person speaking, signing, and about this different concepts. I participate in another project where we created a glossary for scientific science. So the research group was led by a deaf researcher, and she was creating signs for specific terms. So to translate some complex concepts to sign language, we use this glossary and other resources in Brazil, but it's not already available. Like it's not there is not many resources in sign language for science, so it is still hard to translate, and usually you have to spell the name of the concept and then try to explain the concept, but there is no specific sign for many words yet.
Thank you very much. Gabriela, we have another question from Nikita.
In Brazil, I came across one of the most impressive and best examples of work with sign language in museums. You also say that you work with the community. Please tell us how you were involved in the community and why do you think involvement in deaf community is more successful than in many other countries?
My involvement it's based on my research on accessibility in science museums. It's the work that I did in my PhD and my master's. So I study about science and museums, and accessibility is one of the main uh, themes of my work. So that's why I work with the deaf community, and the research group also have people who work with different disabilities. So we have different focus regarding accessibility in science museums. And in Brazil, there is some museums and some regions that are more developed in a question of financial developed. For example, the Southeast, where there is São Paulo and Rio de Janeiro, two cities very known, and there they have more financial help and more incentive. And for example, Museum of Tomorrow, they have many activities aimed to the deaf community. They have monitors and people who the staff who are deaf and work specifically to produce materials in sign language, to produce exhibitions in sign language, but it's not reflected on the other regions of Brazil. This is concentrated on the southeast. There is only 3 states there, and they usually have more financial support. Okay.
Thanks a lot. Well, there are no more questions. But I remind you that you can ask your questions till the end of today's conference, and our speakers will respond, and you'll see the answers on our Telegram channel, Deaf and Voiced. Well, this section turned out a bit shorter than was originally planned, but I believe it was very fruitful. Thanks a lot to the speakers, both those who are online and offline. Thanks a lot to our listeners, to our guests. And I'd like to express my gratitude to the organizers of this conference. What you do is extremely important. And the very deaf community takes the main role in this conference, which is great. That's how it should be done. Thank you. That's it. Well, let's begin. Good evening to everyone. There are lots of you here, and it feels a bit nervous. We are ready to represent the fourth and final study within the framework of Research in the Deaf Community laboratory, which is dedicated to sign singing. Probably you are expecting some performance of a sign song, but no, not today. We're going only to share the results of this study. First of all, I'll introduce myself and my team. My name is Yulia Shamsuddinova, and currently I'm going to introduce all the team members: Elena, Tatiana, and Anna. A couple words about the topic and the frame of this research. Probably this topic does not seem substantial enough to you, but it was quite a complex research for several reasons. First of all, sign singing practice in Russia is very substantial. It has been existing for a long while, but when we tried to research theoretical aspects of it, we realized there is very little theoretical consideration of this topic in literature, and we understood there are several questions with various attitudes towards them. There is no single answer to these questions, and we didn't manage to cover everything. We decided to limit our research focus, and we selected this direction: how song singing is perceived by deaf and hard of hearing people, and its role for the community. We can speak about perspectives. We've discussed it before during the conference, the influence of sign singing to the development of kids and teenagers. We can think of the influence that internet has on sign singing and how it is represented in the digital sphere these days. Probably these are directions for further research. So, to those who participated in this research, I mean directors, performers, and just people interested in this topic, those who responded to the questions in our questionnaire, thank you. And at the end of this introductory part, I'd like to say that we'll use several specific terms. First of all, it's sign singing. Sign singing as a process. And you can see the sign. So sign song as the result. As a final performance, for example. And here is another term, poems in sign language. And let's gradually move on to the presentation. Quite recently and quite accidentally, we came across a study that was, well, it's quite a coincidence. It was written 50 years ago. It's a thesis from the Soviet age, and it was interesting for us to take a look at what was happening there. And now I'll give the floor to my colleagues who are going to discuss it in more detail. Thank you. Yes, we were quite surprised and happy to find this thesis, which is called Sign Singing of the Deaf. What I'd like to highlight is that this work was primarily written in the medical and theoretical paradigm of disability, and sign singing was perceived as something necessary for the development of deaf people and their introduction to the culture of hearing. Some specific aspects which we were specifically interested in, they analyzed the repertoire which deaf people are interested in, what they perform. Specifically, they sing aloud like march songs, parade songs due to their rhythm, and quite a simple text which is not hard to reproduce. Also, they introduced some methods for teaching sign singing, specific actions that you need to perform, and the way the quality of this singing is assessed. Some moments were quite similar to those we have in our research, and something was different. And now let's move on to goals and aims of our research. So we continue discussing our research 50 years later, the one we mentioned. The aim was to understand how hearing and deaf people perceive sign singing. And we had several goals. Goal number 1, we tried to figure out what sign singing is, because there is no specific notion of sign singing. We decided to investigate and figure out specific definition of sign singing. Then we tried to understand what influences the perception of sign singing. For example, deaf and hard of hearing people can perceive it differently. Many people can think that the performance was good or bad, and what actually influences their perception. The third goal was to understand whether sign singing interpretation by sign interpreter together with the performer while being on stage, whether it can be considered sign singing or not, or is it separate kind of activity. The fourth goal is why people are interested in sign singing. And the fifth goal, we wanted to understand whether sign singing is necessary for the deaf community representatives. Our research covered the period from February 2025 to September 2025. First, we addressed literary sources, articles in various publications connected with sign singing, both foreign and Russian. Then the next stage of our study included 4 research methods. The first one is the discussion with experts. In our case, there were 4 experts. We asked them questions about sign singing, whether it is important, asked them to share their experience, to use it further in the research. The next method was that our team members and participants of the laboratory visited the Mimics and Gesture Theatre, and there were children's performances, there were dances, poetry reading, and when viewers saw what was happening, they could answer our questions. We asked them whether they like sign singing or not, what they like, what they don't like, try to understand their attitude. The third method is interview with sign song performance. And the fourth method is polling. We created a questionnaire and sent it online. And the results of each of these methods were analyzed. And we came to certain conclusions, and we'll share these conclusions with you later. As we initially said, we addressed literary sources in foreign sources. It was interesting for us to understand whether they have the notion of sign singing, and you can actually see this notion on the slide. Sign singing is a translation, interpretation of a song into any language so that deaf and hard of hearing people could understand the meaning of the song. It involves emotional component, musical rhythm, and we can attribute it to the form of art in deaf culture. The perception of singing might be different. It can be perceived from the perspective of culture, whether signed songs are included in the cultural heritage of the deaf, because signed song performers can represent signed songs as part of their cultural heritage. And the second perspective is from the perspective of the deaf, when a performer is perceived as a disabled person. A deaf person has certain problems, complications, which he can overcome through performances of signed songs. And probably the audience of signed songs may vary. It might be a hearing or deaf audience. So sign singing is not only used for regular communication, but as a form of art. It can be used in performances, stage performances, but when the hearing audience watches signed song performers, they might get inspired, might want to learn more about the deaf culture, about the deaf community, its particularities. So, what was the definition we created? So, and you can see this definition on the right, on the slide. It's a form of art of the deaf community which includes emotional component, text, adaptation, getting into the musical rhythm. Also, it involves acting skills, visual component. The song should be presented correctly so that the viewers could understand the meaning of the song. And the mood, they should feel the mood. It's one of the questions we researched, and let's continue. One of our next tasks was to understand whether we can attribute interpretation of signed songs to signed songs or not. And actually, we didn't have any specific answer. According to directors and performers, their opinions were different. Some of them believed that if a performer, the interpreter prepared for the interpretation and is quite emotional while interpreting, it can be considered signed singing. But there are those who believe that signed singing is a separate direction which requires total involvement in this process, both during the process and during the performance. And interpretation, even though it's a very good interpretation, it cannot be called signed singing. So there is no unique answer to this question. So the next aspect is how we should perform, what is important during the preparation. And first of all, it's the selection of a song you are going to perform. So here we have a lyrical character's figure. It should correlate with the performer. The kid sings to some kid's voice. a woman would sing to a woman's voice. So, for example, a performer says that his character is quite funny, nice, his voice is so light, and he tries to avoid very dark, dramatic songs. He tries not to perform them because he believes that there is a mismatch between his personal experience and something he's going to perform. We should also pay close attention to interpretation, interpreting the text of the song to sign singing, and we have a suggestion to invite a deaf expert so that he would share his perspective on signs and assess whether they're comprehensible or not. Also, the technical aspect is important. While performing on stage, everything should be correct with lighting. There should be, the hand shapes and the hands should be clearly visible. The position on stage should be clearly defined so that nothing interfered with the perception of a deaf song, sign song. And the process of performance, articulation should correspond to signs. Mimics, signs should be balanced. And performance should be expressive and emotional.
And our next slide is about the respondents of the poll. So we created the questionnaire together, and after writing the questionnaire, we sent it out to different people in different regions of Russia, and we got answers from 277 persons. So these are deaf people, hard of hearing people, coder people, cochlear implant users. So most of the answers were from hard of hearing people. As for men and women, we can say that women were 86.9% of all the respondents. And as for age groups, the most numerous groups were 18 to 24 and 45 to 59. As for the regions of residence, it's Moscow and Moscow region, St. Petersburg and the suburbs of St. Petersburg and other regions. So these respondents were most active. We're also interested in the experience of the respondents who filled out our questionnaires, whether they did sign singing themselves. So we found out that some of them had this experience, and actually the hard of hearing are the most numerous here. And as for deaf people, some of them had never had the experience. Hearing people also, some of them, have had this experience. We also asked whether the respondents were doing sign singing right now, and most of them answered that they did it, but as a hobby, as amateurs, not professionally. The next question is whether they are doing it now, they're continuing to do it now, and whether they perform solo or in a team. So about half of the answers were solo performers and about half were performing in a group. The next question will be talked by my colleague. As for the concerts, it's not just the genre of sign singing, but also dancing in sign language and poetry in sign language. So in red, you can see that our attention was focused on sign singing, but the question was also about other genres. Which genre do you prefer? So most people answered that they prefer sign singing. The second answer was storytelling in sign language. And the least popular genre is poetry in sign language. So these answers were divided into different groups of respondents. So the first group is deaf people, and among the deaf, the most popular answer was storytelling in sign language. As for the least favorite genre, it was poetry in sign language. As for hard of hearing, most of them preferred sign songs. And the least favorite genre was poetry in sign language. Hearing people answered that sign songs are the preferred genre, and dancing and poetry in sign language is the least preferred one. The next question was, do you like watching signed songs as a genre? So 71.1% answered that yes, they do like it. About 20% answered that they are pretty neutral, and 8.7% said that they don't like watching. And we also divided the answers between different groups: deaf, hard of hearing, hearing people. So among the hard of hearing people, over 70% answered that they like watching the genre. And as for hearing people, actually hearing people like watching signed songs more than hard of hearing people. So about 80+% answered that they do like it. So what's most important for the performance of signed songs? How do you assess the quality? So it was a question about the most important features of signed singing. And actually, in all the groups, the deaf, hard of hearing, and hearing people, everyone answered that the most important feature was the emotional expression and conveying the sense of the song. Actually, interestingly, among the deaf respondents, the rhythm wasn't as important. And as for hearing people, the least important thing was dancing, dance movements. How often do people go to events where signed songs are performed? So the average is a few times a year. But why do people like watching signed songs? Because first and foremost, people get aesthetic pleasure from it. The second most popular answer is that they like the interpretation of the lyrics into sign language. The third answer was personal interest, and some other answers. And as for the categories, the deaf respondents highlighted that they enjoy the technique of the performance, especially when they see a song that has been well prepared. As for the category of hard of hearing respondents, they also add to the list that signed songs is a type of art for them. That is why they like it. And also, sign singing is seen as a marker of belonging to deaf culture. So why people don't like sign singing? First answer, which is the most popular, is that it's unclear, that people don't understand the signs, they don't understand the meaning. Also, they might prefer other types of art or other types of activities to watch. Or they might see that there are inconsistencies between articulation and signs. Sometimes they would like to have subtitles, but they don't have subtitles. The next question is about whether the meaning of sign songs is understandable for the respondents. So our question was, while the performer performs the song and the audience watches, do they understand the meaning of the song? So the answers of hard of hearing and deaf respondents were more or less the same. So they said that sometimes they do understand, sometimes they don't, but hard of hearing people understand more than the deaf people. Also, we asked the audiences what they thought and what comments they have and what they would like to change and what they don't like. So most of the answers here was that when a performer of sign song comes on stage, the audience might see signs that they don't know, and that's why it might not be interesting for them. So it would be great if there were subtitles available at the backdrop if the lyrics were put in the form of subtitles, it would be more understandable. We were also surprised to get another answer. So when the performer comes on stage, then they need at least 2 persons to help prepare. So one would be helping with the musical part, and the other one would help choose the signs, direct the signs. Another opinion is that using sign-supported speech is not a good choice for a performer. So it's better to have a mixture of Russian Sign Language and sign-supported speech. Also, we asked about performers who perform the song and the audience watches the performer without being distracted. That means that it's a great performance. If the performer is performing and the audience members are talking to them among themselves, then it means that it's not very interesting. And the feedback can be given afterwards, and if the audience praises the performer, that means that it was a really good performance. Most interestingly, we asked the audience members which famous performers they could think of. So we have a top 10, but we will not give you the names of the top 10 performers. So the first prize goes to the people who were mentioned most of the times, 53 times. And so what do you think? How many men and women are in the top 10 performers? What do you think? 50-50? More men? More women? Well, there were different answers. So the result of the poll is 9 men and 1 woman. We also asked our respondents about how many are professional directors or actors or professional performers. So what do you think? 1, 5 professionals? So the answer is 8 professional performers, directors, actors, performers, 1 interpreter, and 1 independent performer. So age, deaf, and 2 hearing performers are in the list of top 10, and the cities are mostly Moscow, St. Petersburg, and Krasnodar. There was another question in the questionnaire. There is the opinion that sign singing is really important for the deaf community. So the question was, to what extent is it important? And the answer, yes, it is important, was the most popular answer. We also have the statistics for different categories of respondents: deaf, hard of hearing, and hearing respondents. And we wanted to find out the reasons. So why is it so important for the deaf community? And according to the respondents, sign singing is a part of deaf culture. And thanks to sign singing, the performers can express themselves and showcase their talents and their creative streak, and they can make people happier. And thanks to that, deaf and hard of hearing people can understand what the song is all about. And so during concerts or celebrations, there are definitely sign songs. And we would like to highlight that yesterday there was a study by Katya Belkina, and her conclusions actually are the same as ours. So that's something I wanted to say. So why do deaf people need sign singing? So we got answers from directors and performers. So the first answer was self-expression, creativity, socialization. So thanks to sign singing, people who didn't know about the world of the deaf learn more about the deaf community and the culture and art of the deaf. and I'm giving the floor to the next colleague who will talk about our conclusions. So the conclusion is that we found the definition for this phenomenon of sign singing. And as I've already mentioned, it's about expressive performance. And as we can see, people have different perceptions of the genre. Some like it and some do not. However, according to our poll, this genre is mostly liked by hard of hearing people. And also, as we have mentioned, this genre is really important for both worlds, the world of the deaf and the world of hearing people. It helps them to learn about each other, and so the hearing people can learn more about deaf culture and sign language, and so many people watch videos of sign singing online. It's a popular genre.
And the community itself, many community events, they watch sign song performances, so we can say that it's a part of culture of the deaf community, social phenomenon of the deaf community. And I think that's the end of our presentation. We're ready to answer your questions if you have any. Thanks a lot to my colleagues. I didn't mention it at the very beginning. You can use QR code and send us your questions, but I understand that you know what to do, and we actually have several questions on this chart. So there are lots of questions actually. I'll address all these questions to all the team members, and if any team member wants to share their opinion, we'll give them the floor. The first question is from Andre. Do you know that deaf people don't like sign singing, and all these events are strongly rejected by the community? So this question, we got this question before we shared the conclusions. We can connect it with the probably our conclusions. Can we say that deaf people don't like sign singing? Can I answer? Yes, actually during the presentation you saw figures. We shared these figures. Not all deaf people like sign singing. Of course, there are those who love watching sign song performances. Some people are performers themselves. The next question is from the Rocket Man user. Good evening, thanks for the presentation. We know that Russian Sign Language grammar is different from the spoken Russian, in particular the word order. So what should sign song performers should do with the fact that the song rhythm is adapted to the melody which is written in spoken Russian? Is it the matter of translation? Is it a problem for the interpreter, challenge for him, or it's not a problem at all? Maybe, do you have an answer? So thanks a lot for your question. I'll try to answer it. As I believe the results of our research showed that sign singing means getting into the rhythm. But it might be hard to interpret the text from spoken Russian grammar into Russian Sign Language. What shall we do in this case? And our study showed that we should follow the articulation and follow the spoken Russian articulation. But as a rule, there is no single approach. There are lots of performers. There are those who follow spoken Russian grammar, and there are those who follow articulation in sign Russian. The next question is when respondents said, understand, do not understand. So it is about the meaning of the song, right? So whose performance they assessed, either the interpreter or the deaf and hard of hearing, Polina Skrubogatov asks. I can say that we don't actually know what people had in mind while responding to this question. They had their own impression, and it's hard to say whom they assessed. That's not the goal of our research to specify it. Well, the next question is, so sign singing, is it a part of the deaf culture? I can say, we can say that in conclusions we specified, and sign singing is part of the deaf culture. Our study proved it. There is no single event without sign songs, and it's part of the deaf culture. Due to the study, we can say that's true, that's for sure. Yes, we are prepared for the next question. Why don't you want to share the top 10 list of sign song performers based on the results of your research? Well, Alina says, I mentioned that we won't give and share the exact names because it's confidential. And I don't think these performers want to share their names. Yes, we have an agreement. We don't share the names. The question is from Ludmila Zhidan. She asks whether some of the research team members practice sign singing. Yes. 3 of them do. So, and something to add. Yes, I want to add, I practice sign singing, but not by myself, just part of the group in the business college in Paveletska. We perform sign songs, and we have both hearing and deaf participants. Since my childhood, I performed sign songs because my mom is also a performer, and my sister, and I'm also part of the singing groups. Probably you've seen me. We perform at various events and celebrations. My friends love sign singing, and it's great pleasure for all of us. So, how much time do we have? Alina wanted to add. Yes. Since school, I practiced sign singing in the group Miracles, but then I shifted to sport. But when I was a college student, I still perform, and I'm part of the Echo singing group. Yes, there are lots of questions. There are still lots of questions. What shall we do? A question to the organizers. We can answer some of them, right? We do have time. So the next question is, do you have any suggestions why poems in sign language are so unpopular? Well, probably, I guess, complicated texts, some difficult words. So what do you think? I don't think that sign singing is unpopular. No, we discuss poems. So what about poems? There are poems that are easy to interpret, but there are poems with complicated texts and they are hard to interpret. So the next question is the cultural code of Russian. We have meetings, gatherings, when we sit around the table all together and we sing together. So whether the indicators are the same for foreign singing practice. I'm ready to answer. When we look through foreign literary sources, we realize that sign singing is not that popular. It's not as popular abroad as here in Russia. And deaf performers, they do exist abroad, the same as performances. So those performers who can stage sign songs and perform them emotionally, but the genre singing to the music is more rare abroad than in Russia. Another question, can you please specify this ratio between sign-supported speech and sign language interpretation? How do you combine them? As far as I remember, from the answers from performers and directors, we should use Russian Sign Language more, but sometimes, for example, you can use finger spelling or sign-supported speech, for example, if you cannot show the imagery, share the imagery through Russian Sign Language, you can use finger spelling, but the percentage of usage is very limited. Most of the text will be performed in Russian Sign Language. We keep getting questions, and some of them are very interesting, but I have to choose the last one. If you want, after this discussion, probably you can personally discuss something, and the last question will be the following. If you practice sign singing, why do you like it? What are the benefits of performing sign songs? So I suggest it would be the last question. I'm ready to answer. Sign song is great pleasure to me. This process calms me down, raises up my spirits. I understand that I can dance to the music, I feel plasticity, and I perceive music through this plasticity. Okay, my turn. So, being part of the group, I'm happy to listen to the music. I'm very happy when I reproduce sign songs. The process itself, I like it. And also we use very specific signs. We discuss them with friends, then we perform them. It's great pleasure. I agree with what Alina and Patti said. I actually think the same. Thanks a lot for your attention to our study. We have two important announcements. First of all, we ask you to stay with us. And now I'll give the floor to my colleagues, to Vlad Kolesnikov and Nikita Bolshakov. And they will conclude this conference.
So, where to begin? So where do I begin? Every year, Vlad and I gave each other the promise that we will prepare to this moment, but actually it's impossible to prepare for this moment. So the end of the conference always comes unexpectedly. It feels like it has just started, but it has already finished. So it's a great thing that these 3 days have been so fast, have happened so fast, and it was just wow. It was incredible. So thank you everyone who has been with us throughout all 3 days of the conference. Thank you to the speakers and to the participants. And we have already mentioned many times that we're very thankful. And those who have been to the very first presentation of the group that do research of the deaf community know that for me, it's really important to research things that are on the periphery of attention. And so over different sessions, we've had many underrepresented groups, such as the deaf people who do not sign, the deaf-blind people, the people who are not part of the community but use various assistive technologies, and other groups. But I would want to go to another periphery that wasn't on stage and that wasn't in the audience all over the conference, and I would like to thank all the invisible participants who made this conference possible. So these are first and foremost the producers team who did a lot of work and who did incredible things, and all the colleagues who helped us make this conference truly international and have supported us in our ideas and our initiatives, the coordinators who have worked throughout the 3 days from early morning till late in the evening, and who met you and greeted you and were always here, and also the whole technical team. And I guess everybody understands how technically complicated everything has been. And also the team of interpreters who were on stage and very visible, but there are also interpreters who were invisible. These are the interpreters from English to Russian and from Russian to English who have also worked their hands away or their tongues, whatever it is. Anyway, they committed fully to this task, and they interpreted things that were almost impossible to interpret and difficult to interpret. So thanks to them. Who else should I thank? I am very grateful to the Department of Publishing of Gestu House of Culture. If you have seen the book, the almanac, you can understand how much work was put into it from the point of view of editing, proofreading, and layouts. So, Vlad, I have forgotten some other people. Right, yeah, thank you to the participants. But I did mention the participants, but we can thank them once more. The speakers, the tutors, the audience members, so everyone who has supported us, who came to our events, who were in the audience. And I would also like to thank Nikita, first and foremost, who is the co-curator of the event and with whom we always work together at the lab, and also the foreign participants who found the time and took the time to come here, and the experts who were ready to share their expertise with us. And of course, I would like to thank all the people who have come to listen to us, to watch us, and who shared their opinions, shared their experiences. And this event wouldn't have happened without you. So the next conference will take place in 2027, in a year. In 2 years? Okay, about 2 years. We live in the future, it's okay. So the conference will take place in 2027, and we don't have a topic for this next conference. So we suggest you participate in the choice of topics, and we even invite you to participate in the choosing process. So you can use the chatbot and suggest topics for the next conference. Also, we can send out emails, and there will be a questionnaire with feedback. So please give us honest answers about what you liked, what you didn't like, what kind of recommendations you have for the future, and maybe also include the topics that interest you. That will be a good match for the next conference. And so we will talk about the 4th year of the Research in the Deaf Community Lab. So follow the news. I think I've said everything. Yes. I think so. And the last thing I wanted to say is that we are closing this conference, but obviously, based on the number of people who came here in those 3 days, actually a little bit more than 3 days, and the number of speakers and the number of questions and the number of desserts that were eaten during coffee breaks, it's obvious that we can close the conference, but we cannot finish research in the deaf community. So thanks to everyone who is riding this wave with us and who is contributing to the development of the studies. And we'll be happy to see you in 2027 and in the Research in the Deaf Community Lab. So see you in 2027.